Welcome back. Welcome back.
You have an open mic, Dbloc. seeing how much is on Cash App. We haven't been spending much at Cash App, but we haven't been getting much either because of the other loan. Yeah, there's only $39 on Cash App. So use Novo, but there's only like if you spend less than 200 it should be okay, but we're not gonna have 200 to spend unless a miracle happens, you know, like I mean miracles do happen. We have some things going for us, like this health and beauty is a huge thing going for us. And you know, those lot of those things are a higher value. Not everything, but a lot of them. So at least there's that. And we have so much health and beauty. Yeah. We have that whole like room to list too. So
there's that pile of stuff behind
it's eBay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me my bad, I had my mic open. Unmute myself. All right. So we had our buddy with that 4.5 effectively move price up, or I should say effectively keep price from falling underneath that range. And then the second we had that move up today, he took advantage and slid it right underneath price. This is what it looks like when somebody's attempting to put Bitcoin on their back during a low volume environment. It's interesting. Not all heroes wear capes. Yeah, we freed trap longs, but remember psychological range isn't in yet. Right. So freeing one side or the other is expected before psychological ranges. After psychological ranges, freeing one side or the other constitutes a false move. Boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. We are at the top. Excuse me. We're at the top of our larger range, remember? Let's go to longer time frames real quick. Just so we could see the game here. Quick range breakdown. Main range, right? This is what we've been banging up against this whole time. We know that if you reject off the top of the main range, you attempt to come back to value to a point of control, right? Which is that dotted line. So we rejected off of the top of the range once, twice, 3 times, had a deviation, right? Each time we rejected, we came back down to that point of control held. We held the bottom of the smaller range, right? This range that we're in here. Right? So every time we attempted to get out of that yellow range, right, we've come back down and held. So we've created a small range that's consolidating at the top of the larger range, right? So just remember the range mechanics. If you reject off a value area high, which is that yellow value area high there, that blue value area high there, right? You'll seek out point of control. Point of control on both of them are right here. This is the yellow point of control. This is the blue point of control. Right? Just giving you the outside ranges. Now we got to zoom in for a second. So let's take out the larger range. Now let's go low time frames. So inside of this larger range that we were just looking at, we're consolidating at the top of the range to try to get out. Right? The same thing that this blue box is to the yellow box, this yellow box is to this blue box. Right? We've bounced out of that range and we've hit the top of the blue range. And so we're still trapped within that blue consolidation at the top of the large yellow range, right? What we're trying to do is get out of it now. If we reject off of the top of this range, then like we said, you can expect value area. I mean, you can expect a point of control. Just remember that the point of control of the blue range is down here. Point of control of the yellow range is right here. Just slowly building, right? Building structure, holding ranges, taking level, holding a new range. That's how you build. That's what healthy structure looks like. I don't know. This guy's been pretty heavy. He didn't cancel that 4.5. He had plenty of time to cancel that 4.5. And the placement of this range is they're stepping it up. It's the same thing you did before. You got to follow these guys sometimes, right? When it's low environment and you've got a big whale pushing, 9 times out of 10, it's the same person. The last big order that we had, if you guys remember, was down here. Right? When that came down and that hit that big order, that filled, right? This order had been here since back here. Why? Because the first time that we hit that order, we got this move. Right? So there were Bitcoin left inside of this range. I can't remember exactly how much it was. I know it was over 1,000 though. So look at logically what happened. Oop. Comes down, catches price. Right? We lost that level. We know that our 3-day up started here, right? So somebody wanted in on that swing. Somebody caught price, left their order there. Price came back down, tapped again, right? As it tapped and it went up and it created a new level, that order got moved right underneath price to support it, right? That's somebody keeping their trade alive. Support, support, support. It pops up again. Then what do? Right? Same thing. They move it up under the newest accumulation. Price comes down, tap, tap, gone. That reads a little bit different than a spoof to me. Now, do they have any intention to buy all of these Bitcoin at this level? Probably not. Right? I'm sure there's a level at which this will be moved if the buy pressure sort of slows down, right? Just because you bought a shit ton of Bitcoin down here and you're trying to keep price going up doesn't mean that you are exactly excited about buying 3.3 thousand Bitcoin, 65K, you know? But for that, we got to make them prove it. We haven't been able to do that. Right? This wall did more to scare people into not selling their Bitcoin than anything else. In my opinion, it reads like a play. Oh, little gap down here, huh? That was a nasty move. Red vector down, gap up. That was disgusting. Anybody get caught in that? Yeah, that's nasty, bro. There's very few times where they can actually do that real. It's got to be a low sort of volume environment. Oh, that is nasty work, bro. Holy shit. What a setup that was. Nah, that's nasty. That is nasty, bro. That is nasty. Gave you the break, gave you a double retest, then gapped you down into a nasty vector candle just to liquidate everybody that took that short. Ouch. What'd y'all do to market maker, bro? Y'all been in here talking shit this morning or something? Yeah, that's nasty. Sometimes I'm happy I sleep through some shit. That's the type of shit you see on other. Yeah, you don't see that type of thing on BTC often. It's not easy to gap BTC up like that. That is a large order that came through and slipped through the book, right? That's a calculated move. Look at the book, count how much it takes to get you from point A to point B on slippage, and drop it on market. You only see the gap on small time frames, right? Because it's a really quick move. That's how you can tell it's one player. Not to mention that right after that move happened, he puts the wall up. Right after. Not only did he put the wall up, but he removes his wall at the same time. Drops price, gives you the retest, pops it, moves the wall, drops it underneath the new pop. I want to be like dude when I grow up. There's little to nothing you can do to avoid that type of shit, by the way. That would be crazy, yeah. We still haven't gotten above our base case for this relief rally, the 65.6. I think it's a little bit of both, Scotty. It's a little bit of both. I think if it can create fear, they'll take it, right? If you can keep price going up without having to spend any Bitcoin out of that buy wall, they'll take it, just like they did here. The way you can tell that there's really no intention on buying Bitcoin unnecessarily is the fact that they never moved this wall up. Right? We tapped this thing a couple times, but for the most part, everybody was sort of scared to sell into that thing or to short into it. Right? So as soon as it moved up, they just moved the wall up. For all we know, it took 1,000 BTC to push that up. That's why there's only 3.3 there instead of 4.5. Could have easily took 1K out of that 4.5, started the party. It might have cost 1K out of 4.5 for that. Actually, that's probably what he did. That's probably exactly what he did. Price ran up, started to fall back down, took 1,000 out of that 4.5, bought it on market, created this gap, dropped the last 3.3 underneath. That's probably exactly what happened there. I'd have to go to the order book and see how much Bitcoin it took to move price through this gap. But just off instinct, it tells me that's what we're looking at. Which means the money's limited. Well, limited. I guess limited is subjective, right? But he doesn't have all the money in the world, or else the wall wouldn't have reduced in size after making that move. Oh, yeah. Nah, the dude is on it. Whoever this is actively playing. Yeah, for sure. This type of shit, you see it all the time on meme coins. That's why it looks familiar. It's very strange to see it on Bitcoin because of the amount of money that it takes to achieve it. You need a perfect environment, right? You need really low volume, and then you need a nice amount of money on top of it. You also need to catch market maker on his toes or on his heels.
They're probably pretty proud of themselves right now. I had my microphone on this whole time. Can you hear me?
I remember I was market buying. I can't remember what meme it was. I think it was Mew or something. I can't remember exactly. But I fat fingered an extra 0. And that candle was glorious. The follow-up sell-off when everybody dumped on my head was also glorious.
Mic check.
I cannot hear Aeon.
hear her.
Hold on. It says her mic is off for now.
I hear.
Now it's on.
Now it's on, but I can't.
I think I might have had open
Still
mic.
can't hear her. I see your thing moving. Your volume is up. That's weird. Y'all can hear her?
YouTube can hear me. Hi, YouTube.
Dbloc,
Alright,
can
then
you
it
hear
must
me?
be something with me. I can't hear high key either. Oh, you know what? I know what it is. It's that new update. Hold on. Discord pushed this new update yesterday that if you're not wearing your headset, you can't hear anybody talking. All right, try now.
I can see you, Gio, unfortunately.
Ah, there we go. I can hear you now.
Hi, Dbloc. Good morning.
This is
Afternoon.
my headset sitting on the ground. I'm like, why can't I hear anybody?
Oh, that's funny.
What's good, Joe?
What's good? I don't think I was saying anything important.
Tool, what I'm expecting is as soon as the psychological ranges start to form, yeah, that we balance out in between our traps. Remember, y'all, one of the features of this new weekend trap that we have with no CME is that until those psychological ranges come in, we've always freed one side or the other just to reset. Right, so you're looking at a free trap long to reset trap long. But this could keep going until the psychological ranges come in, which is later on at after 5. So we'll see. Could easily have a situation where this range that we built ends up being a psychological range, meaning still a couple hours, right? So we sweep through liquidity and then we come back down and then the range starts to form and then the range stops forming and then we end up, and then this ends up being our trap. But we won't know until we rip through these licks and until the psych ranges start to form. I want them to eat. I don't know if we break that top range though. This is the big yellow range, right? This is I should actually make this larger so we know exactly size-wise which one it is. Oh, that is large already, okay. But this is the very top of our range. Remember we talked about the other day, where do we trap? Remember I said I want to see where the weekend trap lands. Does it land lower or does it land higher? Well, look at where we're at right now. Now, again, we haven't set the psych ranges, so this is subjective, but we're sitting in the same range, basically. So basically, the move that I'm looking for is the same thing. Move up, somewhere to that top, maybe. Reset trap longs, come back down into this range, and set our psychologicals. That's my thesis. I'm sticking to it.
You gonna pick up any more metals soon?
I'm waiting for them to drop a little bit. But yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I am. China has a very big China has a lot to gain by gold going down. And they've been buying, but they've been buying just enough to not affect price. You know what I mean? Like almost like when you DCA, right? It's like you're making that DCA, but you have every intention to be able to DCA lower in a week or two. So we'll see. Kind of like the odds with what China on my side right now. Honestly, if I'm right about what happens over the next 10 years with gold, all of this is cheap.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean we're not gonna hold out for some cheaper, you know? We're here in front of the computer. Shit, it's our job. We might as well get the best price we can.
And that run up just a little while back was pretty nice.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't last too long though. I mean, it was kind of a peak.
Yeah. But the whole run itself lasted over, I was in that gold place since 2022, 2023. Like that thing just performed. And then we got that rollover into silver and nickel and copper. It was great. It's like watching memes. It's like watching crypto play out in metals, right? Bitcoin had its 4-year sort of run, and then Ethereum or silver popped, and then, you know what I mean? Nickel and, all the alts. The alt season we didn't have, basically. Yeah, Keo's wrecked, Neve. I literally have book map up right now. Morning, H.
Good morning, Dave.
What's going on, brother?
I'm looking at Kiwataka myself, and on mine it's still showing the 45 order, the 45,000 Bitcoin order, as well as the 3.21 order, and we still have order up 65ish, 64.2 at another 3,000 Bitcoin. Which whatever. Again, I was just wondering. I know you were talking about the theory of the guy taking the 45 and selling 1,000, and that's why it's. But the order's still there.
Look, I'll show you. It's probably just Keo messing up. Look at
Yeah.
Look on bookmap. Right, this was that 4K. This is where it was removed. This is where we had that big move up. And then this is where it was replaced at 3.4. But yeah, it's not shown anymore.
Which again makes sense because it originally started that big sell order right under 65, which pushed us down, and then it got removed. Actually, it is removed.
Yeah.
Yep. Nah, don't mind me. I'm just woke up.
Nah, it's
yeah.
okay.
Nah,
It's worth
it was
double checking.
removed on Kiwataka and then moved up. For some reason, I just didn't see it right. How you doing?
Good, man. Can't complain.
You've been getting up early, man. I'm surprised. I did like a double take. I'm like, what? It's too early.
Yeah, I got up. But I have some things I had to deal with IRL early.
Man, I'd love to see you 9 a.m., man.
I don't know about that one.
A little commentary in the morning. New York, break in, break out.
You're more likely to catch me doing early. You're more likely to catch me staying up till 9 and doing that right before bed.
See me on the corner with a spinning sign.
Yeah, we just had a cluster of errors earlier. It was funny. I left my mic open, and then Aeon muted me, and then she left her mic open, and Gloomy sent her to Gulag. It was great. A lot of friendly fire.
No, my mic was open. Oh my god. I could have been saying anything. All sorts of silly or just coughing. Who knows?
I thought for a second that we really did open a health and beauty section in the I was like, oh, maybe didn't remember for a second. Like, did I open a health and beauty chapter in the Discord? It would have sounded. Yeah, it sounded like you were talking about something part of your business or something.
Oh, was that earlier today?
It was like 15 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago.
Oh god, I was like going over my finances with.
Oh no, we'll never let you do that. Yeah, anytime you start talking about money, you're gonna get muted immediately, just in case. We got you.
Yeah, the post office. The post office is my enemy right now. Oh, I hate them so much. And I know that you're not supposed to hate or whatever, but
I think it's okay to hit the post office.
They did this new thing that, well, pretty much everybody hates them right now who ships. I don't even know. I don't even know how to price using this logic. So they raise the prices of rural shipping because, it's harder for them to get things to whatever.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I wasn't even that mad about that. But shipping has tiers right now, like 4 ounces is one price, 8 ounces is another, et cetera, up to 15.9 ounces. And it's tiered, so the less it weighs, the less you pay. But for rural, they decided to take the tiers away. So right now, and we send so many things that are 4 ounces. So right now, if something's 4 ounces and it's going to a rural address, it costs $2 or more extra to ship it. Because they're going
Damn.
off the 15.9 ounce weight. But when you're talking about some margins being like $1 and they're taking $2 extra. And
No,
how do
that's a
you,
lot.
and there's no way to like, most of the platforms don't have like calculated shipping. eBay does, but so you can either ship by weight or item, you know, add your shipping costs. And there's no way to differentiate between rural area codes and other area codes. So that's the newest challenge. It just
They
happened
probably
a
need
few
to
days
adapt
ago.
to that still. I mean, for some people, I guess it's good if they can pile a bunch of 4 ounce things into a package now, but it doesn't help you because your customer only orders what your customer only orders what they order, right?
Right.
You can't just
Yeah, if they order multiples, that's fine, whatever.
yeah.
But okay, and then it gets even better. So they're geniuses. Okay, so if something weighs 2.1 ounces, which it rounds up to 3, every time you're even a smidgen over a pound, it rounds up to the next pound. So if you order something that is, somebody orders something that's 8 ounces and they're rural, it would cost less to send them 3 pounds because their 3-pound rate is cheaper than under 3 pounds. 3 to 5 pounds is the cheapest rate. But you can't just mark it as that because they will, they ding you for more than what you're saving.
Yeah.
Like they catch it and then you have to pay a penalty on top of it.
You know what you're gonna have to do, right?
People are shipping rocks. I swear to God, people are shipping rocks, bricks, and
You're gonna have to
it's
pass
like,
that on to the customer, unfortunately. At
yeah,
least some
and
of it.
customers who are not rural are going to have to be affected too. It's the only way.
Yeah.
So
And your competitors who aren't
noticed-
rural just got an advantage.
I noticed that Amazon's still able to send a 59-cent item free shipping. So basically what it is, and then USPS took Walmart on, and Walmart's a huge company, ships a lot of things. So basically the cost of their labels is being passed on to us. What's happening? Anyway, that's my anger at USPS. Thank you for listening.
You got to get that shit out. That shit causes cancer. You can't keep that in.
Yeah. It's affecting everybody. I mean, there's people here who shit, I just got stuff out of you. There's people here, a lot of people here who, you know, have little side hustles and stuff, so it affects them too.
Pop, pop, pop. Keep an eye on this wall. If we're right about this guy, he's going to move it to the next level that we hold here. Let me, I'll bring up Bookmap for you so we can watch it. Hold on. Let's keep the tape so we can see the tape as well. All we need is a little sliver of this. The wall is right there. And so we're watching orders come in and we're watching for this red line to disappear. Yeah, I'll look at Jasmine, but give me a second for this to settle down. I got you. You're looking for large clusters. Yep, like that. And you're looking for large clusters. Red line disappears when it pops up. It means that he's trying to move price up again, right? If we pop up to a new level and that disappears and gets placed underneath us, then I was right about him walking price up. One would assume that as soon as his trade is over, those defensive walls will disappear as well and not get replaced. Right? So if we were to see price pop up and that line disappear and not get replaced, that would be a little clue that his trade's over. Right? Because if your trade's over and you're selling off, you don't want that to catch price. You're not trying to buy Bitcoin when it comes back down. You'd remove those and get out of the way before you sell and short. I would honestly expect to see those moved above price to defend the short if he's actively trading like that. Might not even switch short. If he keeps holding this 69, yeah, is what I'm looking for. Over 69, I don't think so. I don't think we have what it takes to get that. But that rejection off of 69.70, that's psychological. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people shooting for that. That's like the obvious technical move. Yeah, just don't spell it out completely so that YouTube AI doesn't get pissy. Yeah, buddy, either that or he's going on a vacation with the fam. It was like Vitalik when Vitalik got his new girlfriend and ETH Foundation started selling off more ETH than they ever had. I'm like, oh shit, here we go. Now we gotta pay for Vitalik stunting for his new girlfriend. That whole era was hilarious, and then he broke up with her, and price went from 1,200 to 44. But you can't write this shit. Nah, Vitalik's a big simp, bro. He's a lick. Hold on, y'all, because if something's going to happen, in my opinion, it's going to happen quick here. We'll go look at some other charts in a second. I want to see how gangster this guy really is.
You think people are gonna step in trying to teach him a lesson, or are they just gonna say,
I
go
just
with
don't
it?
think there's anybody here. I think that's what the problem is. Usually you would see like larger whales sort of contest this guy because there would have to be a couple whales that were shorting, you know what I mean? He's making their life impossible right now. But
You think
just doesn't
that he
seem
might
like
be
there's anybody here.
think that, you know, people have alerts and everything on. You think he'd be like drawing some attention at
Yeah.
some point. So when he does draw that attention, what do you think?
I mean, I don't
Do
know
you
if
think
they'll
it's all
go. I don't know if they'll go out of their way. Usually, when you see whales attack, like when you see like friendly fire with whales, it's because they're both in the same trade, and one of them is doing something that's messing the other one up. I just don't know if there's anybody in this trade. Everybody's long, in other words, right? Everybody's just holding long into the month to see how it ends up. So he's not really affecting anybody negatively, or at least he's not affecting anybody negatively that has more money than him. I guess is probably a good way to look at it.
there has to be some shorts.
Yeah, but can they handle going to war with this guy?
Right?
Is the question.
I mean, I could see it go either way. But I don't have as much experience as you.
Thing is, there's no way to judge it because you don't know this guy's intention. Right? He could
What has
have
me
this
is
could be a trade for something he needs. This could be a trade to buy a yacht and it's got a certain price on it. And when it gets there, he takes the money and buys the yacht and gets out of the game. Or this could be him trying to, start long term. We don't know.
I find it suspicious that it started out with, you know, a sell wall and very shortly later turned into a buy wall.
Yeah, but
Like, is it going to turn
remember,
into a sell wall again?
that's what I mean. If he flips short, then you would expect to see that, right? It started back here on that short where what was it? It was here where he had that big sell wall, went short, had that big sell wall, and then as soon as price came down, right, they removed it. So he was like defending that short. And then you went into moving it here to defend the long. I'm pretty sure there was another one. I mean, it didn't stand out as much because it was like 1.2, which was still a lot, right? 1.2, 1.7. I only really started focusing in on dude when he dropped that 4.5. That's like a statement, like that amount of size says something. You know what I mean? Like you could have had this same effect with 2000 Bitcoin. All you have to do is do the math on volume, right? There wasn't enough volume here to absorb 2000 Bitcoin. But why 4.5? Right? Why twice, almost 3x what you need to make it happen? To me, it's a statement, right? It's there to stop price in case it goes, obviously, because you're long. But the size amount is there to tell anybody who thinks that they might want to mess with you that this is what you're going to have to deal with. It sort of kills the will of anybody trying to sort of trade against them, basically, unless they have that amount of money.
Right. So he just pretty much owns the board right now.
Until we get more volume, yeah, it seems like it. It seems like it. It's weekend
So the
shit.
stopping volume candles are those market maker?
Yeah, market makers actively trying to fight it, obviously. But remember what I said about the weekends, right? When market makers on algos, they're at their weakest. And that's when volume could really come in and push. It's not a coincidence that he's not doing this on Wednesday or Tuesday.
Right.
That would be funny. If you are listening right now, congratulations, bro. Trying to be like you when I grow up. I too would like to create walls on a VPVR. On Bitcoin. That would be lovely.
You'll get there. If anybody can get there, it's you.
That type of money is scary, bro. I don't think I would ever expose myself like that. Just because I know how these whales are sometimes. Like this shit is,
I'm not saying that you will do it, but you could. You'll get to where you could do it.
you know.
Because yeah, that's pretty risky.
What are you trying to say, Lexel? Hey, the first thing I said was not it. Right? It wasn't me.
Okay, say he removes the wall right now. It's just gone. Poof.
Mm-hmm.
We potentially drop really fast, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That would be a big signal to the market. Remember, first of all, what's the percentage of people that even know this wall is there? First of all, right? Most retail doesn't know, but the people that have enough money to actually affect price are well aware.
There's
That
not much
it's
resistance.
there. Nah, there's really nothing. The book is thin to the top side. As long as price doesn't drop, it should naturally continue to climb.
Should probably close my short before it gets out of control.
He also decided to do this while global liquidity was going down, which is very smart because that means there's less to fight him. Whoever this is very smart individual, by the way. This isn't James Wynn with new money.
I'm not gonna close my short this second. You know,
It's funny. I was gonna make a comment about James Wynn, like overcompensating because he gets hunted,
Mm-hmm.
but you know whatever. And then lo and behold, you mentioned it. But yeah, it's funny. I was thinking the same thing. Like, could it be? You know, is that the reason why he doubled the size? You know, or again, I don't know. But
It's like watching somebody play smart basketball. Like everybody can, they're all whales, right? They've got money, they can play the game. But it's little small things they do, right? The decision to pass with the left hand, or like those small things that say, okay, like this person's smart. You know, this is a thoughtful player here. What's his name? He used to just try to brute force. Like he just thought that he could come in and just brute force the market with tons of money. This is finesse.
Yo, everyone.
What's going on, Billy?
I just couldn't pass on the opportunity to talk to you guys. Too much interest in chat on my TV.
Welcome to the conversation.
Danke schön.
I'd be interested to see if he holds this position, if he doesn't move this wall, if we lose Psych High. That would be my, if I didn't have any intention on holding this and I didn't want to buy any Bitcoin, I would move my position as soon as we left Psych High. Maybe 200 EMA, depending on how much of a degen he is. The most gangster shit he could do right now that I would be like, yo, what? Is if as prices coming down, he just moves it up. That's like at that point, I gotta shake your hand. I gotta know who you are.
You sure that's not you? You seem to know
Nah.
way too much.
Mm-mm.
It's like, if it was me, which is not me, but if it was me,
We would be streaming from an entirely different, massive super yacht right now if that was me.
bro, we don't know. That might be just like one of your streaming rooms on your private yacht.
It could be the bottom basement room of the yacht. That's true. Nah, definitely not, bro. That's a ridiculous amount of money, yo. Like I know we, playing around and everything. We throw around dollar amounts here in crypto that kind of numb us to what to what real money actually is. But
If your skull randomly falls off your desk, I don't have to wonder
choppy
if you want
waters.
to. Yeah.
So do we know what this guy's address is so we can follow him?
No,
Is
no,
he
unfortunately not. He's not on Hyperliquid.
He's on Binance.
Yeah.
Could he be a sovereign?
Yeah, definitely.
So just what-
Definitely. Definitely.
By the way, I was monitoring this guy for the past couple of days. I think he started off with Binance Spot, but now he changed the sources on Kiyotaka, then it actually shows as Binance Futures. Is that possible?
I don't know what the hell they're doing on Kyo, bro. It's all screwed up. Bad timing too. Really bad timing for Kyo to flip out on us.
What's wrong with that?
It's all messed up. I'm not getting any of the data through. It won't load when the data is there. It's sparse. The volume footprint is printing when it wants to. Mostly just a massive loading issue.
Interesting. Works fine for me.
Yeah, we've had a couple people that haven't had any issues at all, and then other people are all screwed up as well.
I wonder if that has anything to, it's related to CoinInc doing similar different things.
I would imagine that what's happening is that they probably use the same APIs for some information, and they might be having some issues with that API. But the problem is that other people are getting it. So now it seems like a routing issue. I don't know.
VPN?
I just went to I could try to VPN out of here and see if it changes it. Yeah, I'll probably do that after I eat. Right now it's cool. All I need to do is keep track of the wall actively. And Bookmap is a little bit better for real-time information. It's just so heavy on the PC, bro. Like, but I've got it dumbed down. I've got everything turned off. That's why it looks basic like that. Bookmap running plus Claude in the background doing shit he's not supposed to be doing. Automatic shut off for me. All right, we'll give it a second. Maybe if we look away from the screen, let's go look at. There's two things I had to look at. Somebody asked me to look at. Hold on, my memory isn't that bad. I should be able to remember this. Ondo and SpaceX.
Jasmine.
Jasmine and SpaceX. There you go. I forget Jasmine of all things. Well, Jasmine's back home in its accumulation. The same beautiful accumulation that set me up during the last run. Honestly, not financial advice. You don't even have to go too crazy here. Anything under 0.005. We hit target 1. We did not hit target 2, but that's fine. Just to get back up to target 1 at this point during the next bull market from where we are is a 4x. Target 2 is a 7x. This, by the way, did over 20x from the very bottoms. If you caught it from the very, very bottoms, I only got a 17x off of it though. Only, but yeah, did like a 24x off of the bottoms. Jasmine is always my lottery ticket though. Take it with a grain of salt. I am biased. I'll tell you right now. But let's go lower time frames. I'm sure you weren't looking for. Looks good. Just accumulating the range. Been in there for a little bit. Some decent range trading, I guess. What's the size of this range? That's a scalper's paradise right there. Deviations. Just off of what you learned in Cypher School from range trading, you could have banked on this. Right? All of those deviations out of the range, when they got accepted back into the range, you're shooting for the top of the range. That's over a 10% move. This was nice. This short would have been really nice too. But even if you just played deviations, right? You're just playing those moves out of the range. These last two, you've been kind of screwed because you haven't gone all the way up yet. Well, now you did, but you had to wait there for a little bit. So we've got this bullish channel. Let's see if it's enough to break us out of this range, though. Again, when it comes to Jasmine, I only really want Jasmine for one thing. You know what you're thinking? All guys only want one thing. Yep. Profits. I want the big profits from Jasmine. 10% is cool, but that's not what I need from Jasmine. This is not a flag, it's just a channel because of the length of it. And that would take you to like 0.04, about 0.05, right about that cutoff. That's my level. Like under 0.05, I'm comfortable buying Jasmine for long term. But like we were talking about earlier, we're here, right? So just because I think something's at a good price for long term doesn't mean I'm exactly gonna buy it right now. Because it can still get cheaper. And then let me look at SpaceX. All right, we broke the top of that range. So you know what this means now. All right, we're in deviation territory. Is this a deviation or is this a breakout? All right, if it's a breakout, you would expect to retest the break and take out the highs. We've already retested that break. Right, the second that this price comes back in to that range, then you run the risk of coming back to that 639. But this looks like a healthy breakout, which means that we're headed for the top value area highs. Right? This is the larger range ahead of us, and then this is the massive range on top. We're getting to the point where this guy first set his sell wall that knocked us down from 64.5. Remember 64.5, 64.6? That wall we couldn't get over. There is a decent chance that he was just pushing price back up to the order block that he sold from initially. Let me look at SpaceX. I know, ma. I know. I know. Don't look at me like that. She's just trying to warn us, but she's too young to understand. That's H when she was little. Used to be so cute. I mean, the fun thing about this is we just sit and chill and wait, you know? Sit and chill and wait. Probably going to start DCAing to bring my pre-sale position down going into the next week. Good afternoon, Issa. That's funny, H. But excuse you. Did he move it up? I might have moved it up. Why not? Move it up on the air. Let's really be about that life. Yeah, he moved it. He did some nasty shit. Very impressive, but I need to remove some. We either need to remove some or we need to get more subs. Everybody sub up so we can add more everybody sub up so we can add more emojis. They'll be on a liquidity map, but they won't be on a liquidation map. Let me see. Maybe there's one I can take out. Oh, you know what it is? I gotta fix the pig picture because it's not 1 by 1. And it wouldn't let me add. I tried to add the pig emoji already. Let me see if I can crop it. It is 1 by 1 though. Why are they? Oh, I think it's too big. Hold on, let me take a screenshot of it. Got it. I know what I'll do. Hold on. Got this. Yeah, this will work. This program is so shitty that if you save something on it, you can turn anything into an emoji just because it kills the size so bad. It's got a little creative on that one. All right, let me see if it works. All right, hold on. Fix that.
For all those people not yet part of the fam, I made my wages worth in trades last few weeks after a few motions of locking in, joined for $50 to do the same in FA.
W Isa. Wow, that's great. I appreciate it, Isa. W super chat. Very generous. Very cool. That comment was almost more valuable than the tip itself. Appreciate you. And to celebrate, we have new emojis. I mean, we're a bunch of degens, but I think we're about as wholesome as you're going to get in crypto anyways. I feel like that little girl's going to get a lot of airtime.
New most popular emoji.
Yeah, I think so.
That was a good pick. Although the pig's gonna get its fair share as well.
Yeah, that's a fact. And be like, should I go long? And then you're just going to see like a flood of pigs.
And pigs and the little girl face. What do you call that emoji?
I have no idea. I called it, huh?
It has to be
She
something.
just got like that huh face. You remember what video that's from? Where there's
That
two
was just
kids in the
from
back and the one kid is like singing or whatever, and then the other little girl's like, and the emojis like there's two types of kids.
I don't even think I've seen it.
Hold on, I gotta find it. It's a great emoji.
Hi. Hi, Lily. What's the matter? I'd rather Daddy go than Grandpa.
Grandpa going out of town?
To Denver.
Who do you have, Lily?
Duffy.
Oh, he's cute. What are you doing, Chloe? Where are we going, Lily?
School.
I know, school's so fun. It's not fun?
I want to bring Duffy inside.
You can't bring Duffy inside.
Why?
You just can't.
Why? I take care of him.
Yeah. Oh.
I'll have fun with him. No, wait, but
Hi,
go
Amy.
with him at recess.
Yeah? Oh.
Damn it, do it already.
Daddy passed school.
Okay, I'm watching this whole damn video.
And go to Disneyland.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going, Lily, for 3 days.
Oh my God.
This is it.
Oh
Oh my
Chloe, we're going to Disneyland. Yeah, we're going, Lily, for 3.
Oh, bad. That shit always gets me.
I've never seen that before.
She's losing it in the back seat. Her little sister's like, what the hell is wrong with her? They need to do a where are they now, though.
There are so many that where are they now as they need to do.
Uh-huh.
Linda. Linda.
Listen, Linda.
Listen, Linda.
You and everybody else, Marco. Everybody's scared to short as long as that wall's sitting there. Shit, only entry I'll be even thinking about right now is if this does come down to that wall along from that wall. I'm trying to join the party, but I'm not trying to fight, dude. You can't beat him, join him. It's going to be simple. If the wall moves up, he's not done with his trade. If the wall gets removed, chances are that he's TPing or he's planning on TPing, right? Bottom's not in. Guys, we got to be able to enjoy a day or two or up without automatically jumping to the cycle being over. Like, we can't keep doing this on every relief rally. But that's a decision everybody needs to make for themselves, obviously. And he's probably going to open a very nice short before he moves that wall. You'd be stupid not to. Like if I was a whale, I had control of moving that, I would 1000% set a short, dump my profits, and move the wall. I want to be a real asshole. I might place it above my between my stop loss and price. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, you know? Yeah. No, we're still inside, right? We've reset longs, which is what we've done every weekend before the psychological ranges. Now, when the psychological ranges come in, it's going to be interesting to see. If this dude takes his short, if this dude removes this wall as our psych ranges come in and allows the psych ranges to come down and form inside of the weekend trap, then he's playing with market maker like we are. If he tries to fight it, then we're going to have a little fight on our hands, right? We're going to have a little war. We've still got hours until the psych ranges come in. What time is it? Yeah, we still got 2 hours until we start putting in the psychological ranges. Look at the shorts. It's funny how shorts are being all responsible now, right? Everybody's keeping a fair distance from price. I'm honestly surprised that that bulls are not being more aggressive. With this guy on our team, I would have been. I was playing the leverage game. I've been chasing price out. But no, I mean, it's smart. People playing smart. They're using him for defense. Right? Oh, hold on. Oh, okay. I thought he moved that shit for a second. Yeah, the question is when though. How much of a gangster exactly is he? Does he move it when it breaks the 50? Does he wait till it comes back inside the visible range? Does he break it when it breaks the uptrend and the 200?
Does he wait for his father to make an announcement?
Yeah, I would. I would. The only reason I would move this wall is either to after a price up right underneath what he did last time, or drop it as a sell wall once I drop my price and take my short. I wouldn't leave the game. I'm having too much fun, bro. How do you walk away? I'm having too much fun watching this shit, and it's not even my trade. If I was controlling it, I'd be locked in, bro. Give me a second, y'all. Someone's knocking on my door. All right. We're about to find out. Where's our guy? The guy's right there. Because nobody plans on it passing, bro. There's zero chance that they come to an agreement. We've known for weeks that they're gonna kick this shit down the road until after midterms. They're about to go campaign for their jobs for the next couple weeks. They can't be bothered with actually doing their job. Unfortunately. Yeah, exactly, Barely. Once we set out the psychological ranges, the false move will be the move out of the psychological range, where before it used to be the move out of the CME trap. Yeah, it's a bunch of bullshit, bro. Nobody wants to stand on their word right before they go out and promise everybody everything they want to hear. There's too much, right? It's too concrete. That means if you vote in a way that somebody doesn't like, when you go on campaign, now you got to hear it, you know? Now you got to answer for it. It's easier to kick these things down the road. Now they can go and they can promise both sides that they're going to do whatever. Slow it down. Won't give anybody a aneurysm. Keep your eyes on this guy. Bunch of buy orders coming underneath to stop price here. I would wait. I'd have my finger on that remove order button, and I would probably hit it right in between psych high and 200 EMA. Right down here. Because I would want that fear to give me the catalyst to break the 200 in the uptrend. Nah, he hasn't moved it yet. It's still sitting there, but I would. I would have sold here, creating this candle. Open short. As soon as we get down here, I would move this. And I would put it right there. If it was me, which it isn't, so don't count on that. Hold on, I'm trying to bring what you call it back up.
That's kind of what I was thinking too. I mean, not as detailed, just that it would happen. You have it all laid out in detail.
This is the speed that the orders are actually coming in. Well, we know how much he's willing to use as a wall, but we don't know what the size of the actual trade was. I mean, we could find out, I'm sure, unless he went out of his way to hide it, but yeah, it's trying to build an M. This would be the higher low here. I mean, a lower high. There is no Clarity Act as we stand right now. Hmm. I'm not putting too much stake in that shit anyways. Clarity Act passes today. I'm not putting any more money into the market than I was going to put in anyways, regardless today or whatever, however the chart looks. If they banned all of it, got rid of it, made all of it null and void, then I'd just be waiting to buy the dip like I was waiting to buy the dip at, you know, the September, beginning of October. We ran these cycles without institutions and without governments. We'll do it again if we have to. Let's zoom in for this vector recovery. at least 50% of this vector, right, would be traditional. The whole vector would give us 643, 6453. Mind my eating on camera. I'm starving. Free mukbang. Adita? Happy birthday, Adita. Deserve all the presents in the world for putting up with this guy. Nah, jokes, jokes. Have a great day. Excuse me. Type 4s would be looking to hold here. Not that anybody should be trading in the 15-second, but did we manage to grab 50% of that vector? Yeah. Stables can't go anywhere, man. You got to think bigger. We're in a machine economy right now. Digital payments are the future, whether they're in this form or another form. But that cat's out of the bag already. It would affect how heavy I would invest in like stablecoin rails though, for sure. Because if that doesn't pass, then that 13 trillion isn't coming. Then there's no need to invest in the picks and shovels until they get that figured out. Today isn't a deadline. Not one that's in stone, in other words. I'll pull up the calendar real quick. Yeah, I saw that too. They're just putting a lot of pressure on them to try to get something done today, but my opinion is not going to happen. But it also technically isn't dead just because they don't get it done today. Hold on, I'll pull it up. I was doing a report on this the other day. I just got to get the info up. He's been we've been following that guy for a little while. When we rejected off of 645 last week, it was his wall. That wall's been following price down and then caught price at 6-1, 6-2, wherever we were. And then now it's been following it back. So he's been having a field day with this shit for a while now. Another hit off 50% of that vector. Excuse me. But nah, it's good to pay attention to this shit, bro. It's never too much. Maybe Claude's working on it or something. But anyways, today's the part of the Genius Act. Today's where those 6 federal agencies have to come up with a deadline, but it doesn't affect the bill's already passed. Excuse me. It'll get kicked down, but it doesn't affect its ability to pass. It's already in law. But I had the penalties. That's what I'm looking for. I had a list of the penalties. Gonna be interesting to see, man. What do you guys think is gonna happen in the midterms? Because that's important. Yeah, but remember, this whale isn't like actively buying anymore. His position's already in. He's actively controlling sentiment, right? And he did add to position because he let that wall get dipped into here. Right? People came and bought the dip on that. Sold, you know, they sold into him, he bought, but he hasn't moved the wall up. So in like real terms, that whale's not having any effect on this price except for sentiment. But they'll take it. I'm not just gonna sit here forever against it, right? Eventually it'll pop. We're on a second fractal already on this W, and then our type 2 has its own. It's just like we watch on a 5-minute. Like, just because we're on the 15-second, don't forget the rules of structure. And we had our W that popped before it hit its measured move. It came down for its second W for its type 2. Then your type 2 had a type 2 that's now breaking out, right? So it's 1, 2, soon to be 3 fractals. Where the hell? Oh, I swear, sometimes I don't see the shit on my. Right, so that first measured move would bring you here. Without completing the first measured move, you fractal into your second. Second measured move hasn't even really been validated because you haven't gotten to that neckline yet. Just yet. Yeah, you did actually. We just did. Right? The second one, and then your smaller measured move from the type 2 fractal on the type 2. Just for anybody who says you can't TA the 15-second chart. And that leaves us with a series of invalidations.
Isn't it also creating an asymmetry?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it will turn into a bearish pattern if these W's don't play quickly. Because you get, you know, it's W validation. Okay. Yeah, they'll turn into either bear flags or wedges. Then your second invalidation is there. And your third invalidation is at your original type 2. Each one of these invalidations goes taking out a measured move. Right? This invalidation takes this measured move out. This invalidation takes this measured move out. This invalidation takes this measured move out. You draw your psychological uptrend so you can follow the emotions of the people that you're trading against. What are they feeling? Doubt, fear, right? Trend is breaking. Maybe I should sell. Remember, this line isn't meant to control your emotions. This line is meant to tell you what the people you're trading against are feeling. We have our own invalidations. I'm too worried about getting to the bag to worry about all of that shit, bro. This car is going in the direction that it's always been going in. I don't obsess about who's driving, you know? Two wings, same bird. Nah, wasn't even directed at you. I'm just commenting on it. And just because I'm not concerned with it doesn't mean nobody else should be. It's just all the words, all the promises, all of that. I react to like actual action and shit. They like to whip you around by the fields in this game. Like, I don't even know where we are right now with the war, bro. I don't even know if we're at like fake peacetime or fake wartime anymore. I just get up every day and look at the strait on radar, and if the tankers aren't moving, then that's how I play it, you know? Oh, okay, no, it's all good. This is the accurate line here. We're on the 15 second. Don't forget. I know we're moving so slow that you could forget that we're actually on a low time frame. But look, I've got bookmap on full speed, and look at the gaps between our market buys. Well, now, right? Now, the second I say something, should have said something earlier. Let's go. All right. First measured move is at 64531. Actually, no. This one that we're about to hit now. 6452.
Shazam!
Then 64530. And then 645, what, 8, 7. Let's check on our boy. Yep, still there. Second target hit.
Shazam!
Shazam. Like 5:45 to like 6, like 5:45 till Sunday morning to like 5 o'clock in the morning. A 12-hour range. Sure, let's just go dead. Why not? With those candles. This is dumb. There we go. My bad. That was me. That wasn't big orders. I was fixing the sizing. I think at the very least we well, we're already there for the most part, but my argument was at the very least we retap 65. And as long as we hold our weekend trap above our last weekend trap, we still have the ability to go to 69, reject off of 70. Still feel like that. Yeah, this move is getting a little long in the tooth. Let's see if we get our second fractal here, right? We've moved up on the 15-second long enough to where we're starting to show our fractals on larger time frames. So what we're looking for is a 0.36 to golden pocket hit for the right side of what would be a W on the 15-minute, the 10-minute. Twos. Here's the 5-minute, I guess, yeah. So here's the right side that we're talking about here. Down, hold that down, then you've got your W on a larger time frame. $382 so far would be viable if that's all you get, but you want it to be at least $382, no more than golden pocket. It's too early to call it because we haven't really put in that type 2 yet. But if, and this is a big if, I'm future tripping, so don't, if we get that either 382 to golden pocket and we take out those tops, then you can pull your next measured move. Which would take us to test 65 like we were just talking about. Probably pretty close. Now, halfway there. But that doesn't exist until you take out the until you take out that level. At this point, you've taken out all of the vectors, right? So your motivation for vector recovery that's already been filled. So now's when you find out if this was more than just vector recovery, right? If there was any intention to keep going up or if this was just market maker recovering his vectors. I think we end up going down because of a quote unquote black swan, but I don't think that happens until the end of the I don't think that happens until the end of the cycle. I think our move down to 51, 52 will be just natural move from losing our lows. And we'll consolidate there and everybody and their mother will be convinced that that's the bottom. And then the expected, unexpected happens.
like you've given me a voice.
The
Finally, truly express myself because there's just no things.
There's no words for it. Yeah. Like, how do you spell that
Yes.
emotion?
Right. Or even begin to express it. I have a voice now. You're gonna be seeing that a lot from me. I will only use it when I really need it.
Yeah. When it comes to W specifically, Robo, they come down to Fibonacci levels because of the confluence, right? You've only got two real confluence levels on this 3-8. The 382, remember the fibs by themselves mean nothing, right? But a 382 that lands right on an SR flip, right, is a little different. Or a golden pocket that perfectly catches this SR, right? That's different. So the reason that viable W's come down to either 382.5 or golden pocket is because they come from structured fractals. Right? So chances are they're going to line up with one of those two. But on a regular level, the reason that fibs work are because people work them. Right? In nature, fibs work because that's just the code of the simulation that we live in. It's a little bit more than golden pocket there, buddy. So to read this now, you would have to say that the main motivation for price coming up here was vector recovery, right? Not reversal. But we now have vectors to the downside, which you've recovered right away here. If you don't hold this 50, chances are you're rolling over. 50 popped. Measured move is the same. Right. Remember, we're on the 15 seconds. So if you look at this on the 1 minute, you wouldn't invalidate that just because, you see what I'm saying? Because it's such a fast move. And we took the 50 on the 15 second. Right. So now we'll know at the end of this vector if, again, this is just market maker eating during the whole period. Just for 1 second here, just to show you how market maker has absolutely killed it. These short positions, right? These short trades that he gave money to had long positions that were attached to it. Right? These did too. Right? So he's already paid himself on that first move down. Right? Then the long positions that are the short positions, I'm sorry. They left here and here. And here. And all the longs that he left here. And here. Right now, with that last candle, he's officially paid up on all of this. All money supplied back with interest. All right, we've got that break, so this is a viable measured move now. Excuse me. this uptrend has no psychological value anymore. Right? Nobody is reacting one way or another to this popping over this line because it's already been invalidated here. It already caused reactions here. You have to be a little bit subjective when you think about when something is valid or not valid anymore. Let's pull our top range. Right, we've ranged out enough up here where this deserves its own range. So we can watch for this deviation. Third target hit.
Shazam!
Let's go to bigger time frames. We're going to start to lose the plot on the fractals if you stay on the lower time frames, right? So if you go on the 1 minute, you can see, all right, this is our W on the 5. Right? We're on the 1 minute, but this is the W on the 5, so we can watch it. This is like when scalpers get involved. This is what I was saying in class, right? When you're a sniper, you're already 3 or 4 fractals deep into a trade sometimes before the rest of everybody sort of gets involved. And so just on this level, pretending that we didn't, we didn't go through any of that. You have your type 1, type 2, your breakout traders just took that trade. Your type 4 traders are waiting for a retest. And your type 5 traders are starting to think, wow, this is starting to look bullish. Yeah, we do. If we look at our macro chart, why is oh, my screen turned off, didn't it? Forgot that everything reset. But yeah, we do. Hold on, I'll show you here. I need to know another. Short answer is yes. We're in those order blocks now. If you give me a while, I'll find the chart for you. We know the W's here already, right? Let's get rid of that. Just because it looks too messy. We have one further measured move from this entire range up here, which is basically like a double bottom W. This would take you to free your trap longs. But that doesn't trigger until up here. Sorry, here. Yeah, and that takes you to free your trap longs. Right in time for psych ranges to start coming in. Let's put up our volume. I want to see if that trap long gives us a higher volume signature than the one before it. Right, so we had a really tall volume signature here. You would expect to see something equal or greater to that if they're going to retrap. You're looking for your volume signature, right? You're looking for that stopping volume candle. Bearish engulfing. You're looking for a target to be hit to the top side, whether it's liquidity, EMA, an SR flip, right? We can scout midair with stopping volume candles and shit, but it has a higher level of confluence if it's a SR flip or if it's a, you know what I mean? 800 EMA, or if it's the end of a big batch of liquidations. It's got to be a target. One of our targets or our magnets.
Shazam!
That trade is done. GG's. Last measured move is right at 6469. We've freed trap shorts or reset trap shorts. Volume signature is really not that great. Meaning there were more shorts. I mean, there were more longs trapped here than there are right now. Let's go for it. So to answer your question, Robo, that value area high right there, good spot. End of these liquidations, good spot. Higher value area high, good spot. Right? If you get a stopping volume candle and a bearish engulfing right here, you might have to wait a little while, but I'm sure either one of those will work. Not even at 65K, y'all. We're just getting back to where we were. It helped, yeah. It helped it for sure. It did a lot to control selling, which is what you need, right? If you're gonna make a move up. Stopping volume candle, a little bit more respectable volume spike there. Still nothing compared to our old trap longs. Final target hit. Just remember that this move up to value area high started when we hit point of control. Right? Like, this is range trading. We talk about this every single day. Right? When you reject off a value area high or you deviate off a value area high, price seeks out point of control. If price holds point of control, you seek out value area high. Right? If price loses point of control, you seek out value area low. It's range trading 101. Just don't get confused because we're sitting on low time frames, right?
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I feel silly for asking because I feel like I should know. But okay, so the point of control, Do you find that with your VPVR or?
Yeah, or your fixed volume range. It's just the point inside of the visible range where the most amount of transactions have occurred. Right, the highest
So-
volume inside of the range.
The problem that I have is I don't know how much to include in the VPVR because, you know, it changes depending if you scroll, like zoom in, zoom out.
You want to use your fixed. You want to use your fixed one.
Okay, and then how much chart do I like, you know, because even that one changes if you zoom
Well,
in.
for that, you have to identify the range, right? It depends on what you're trying to
Oh, so you're finding the point of
analyze. Yeah, you're finding the
get
point of control for the range that you happen to be stuck in at the moment. So you lasso that
understand.
range, and then it gives you your top, your bottom, and your POC.
Okay, thank you. That
Mhm.
clarified.
It's just old shit, bro. Old since the 70s, you know? This is OG trading 101. The fun stuff, right? Is the stuff that gets you in on the breakouts of the ranges and the trend following that, you know, our 1530 engine that keep you on a month-long swing, like all that type of shit. But when you're stuck in a range, there's still trades to be made, right? You just have to use the right tools. Market makers all but paid himself on that last vector. Guy's still underneath us. Pause.
I have a good reason to join Discord. It's I mean, how blessed are you to be able to directly ask a trading master? I mean, close your ears, Dbloc.
Seriously, let me leave the room first. Hold on.
You know, any and every question that you have, no matter how small or how big. I mean, probably not all at once, but you know, little by little, you're going to gain a lot of information. That's amazing. And but I mean, being in YouTube, you can ask questions too. You know, either way, it's amazing. I mean, a lot of people don't have this opportunity. So if you can find a way to get together what you need to before the price goes up to join Discord, I would highly recommend it because there is as much value as you get in YouTube, you definitely get more in Discord. That is all. You can come back, people.
It's safe. I was just waiting for your mic to stop moving.
Yeah, it's safe now.
I do so bad with that shit.
And
And honestly, like, there's not a lot of people on right now. I mean, when the bull market comes back, there's be tons of people with experience that you can ask and get questions off. But yeah, you know, to take the risk of glazing myself, daily mentorship isn't cheap in most places. Let's just put it like that.
Plus this wonderful community has been drawn together and everybody likes to give their 2 cents. I mean, you get entertainment too. Plenty of eye rolls. But in the bull market, there's almost always people talking in here.
Yeah.
I know it's really quiet right now, but that's kind of nice. Enjoy it while it lasts. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, it's a lot, Mike. It's a lot. I mean, for me, I think that's probably the main reason to join the Discord, because you can, like, I'm never gonna gatekeep anything, right? Like, I don't talk about anything in classes that I don't talk about here with y'all. The difference is that you don't like get it all spelled out in one place that you can go back and see it over and over and sort of digest it. And but if you're here in the YouTube long enough, you're gonna hear all of it, right? We're gonna talk about all of it. You can put it together. But yeah, I think it's a lot easier, obviously. Have it all in one place. And like you can go anywhere and get a course, right? But to get a course and get the concepts and then have 24-hour live stream to see the implementation during different times of the market, see how the strategy shifts during, you know, bull markets and bear markets. And yeah, I think there's a lot of value in that. Nah, it's ridiculous, Mike. It's ridiculous. To the point that I know I have to charge more, but my hesitation comes from exactly that. People's experience going to places and paying $5,000 for a course, $10,000 for a course, and then just basically getting a bunch of information that you could have Googled, you know? For me, if the person doesn't have a different perspective, right, or a different edge, because all the information is the same for the most part, it's how you use it. I don't know. I personally haven't taken, I mean, I went to the New York Institute of Finance, and even that I audited. So I didn't really know what was out there when I created the course. I planned what I was gonna do was go look at a bunch of courses and see what, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna just try to dump my brain into this and be like, if I was starting brand new, what do I wish somebody would have told me or explained to me? And that's why this shit is like 17 chapters long. Well, I'll be honest with you, it's probably like 6 different courses in one sort of master curriculum. I'm just glad that the timing worked out the way it did. Because my whole plan was to have everybody that was here, all the founders, right? Everybody that was here from the beginning, all the way through the course by the time we hit bottom. So everybody's sort of set up with some tools for the bull market. And the timing is looking great for that. Yeah, I like it too, Marco. It's a vibe. I like how everybody sort of leaned into the RP of it, like we're really in school. Claude the other day because I fed all the chapters and all, like I've got a folder, right, for Cypher School. And I was talking to the business manager side of Claude the other day. And we're talking about goals and stuff like that. And then he started talking to me about how much the rent was. I was like, rent for what? Because I was trying to get all the costs together, right, to see exactly what I'm paying. Trying to get, because I'll be honest with you, right now, I don't even know what I'm paying altogether when it comes to tokens for AI agents and all that. I have no idea. So I had to run all that through, right, to see what the costs are, especially with the merch and all of that shit. So he goes, how much for the rent? And I was like, what do you mean? Like my rent? Like, no, I own my home. Like, no, how much for the rent for the campus? I was like, nah, it's on Discord. Like he thought it was a real, in other words, we've done so much that Claude was convinced this shit was an actual brick and mortar school. He's like, wait, you're doing all of this for a Discord course? I was like, yeah. This shit was funny. I think we will too. He's got some friends now. What's the over under? Where does he cut it? Or do you think he lets it hit? I still think it's going to be somewhere around this uptrend. Somewhere around that uptrend 200 EMA. It's Bookmap, Indy. We're watching this guy with his 3K. With his 3K firewall down here. These are standing orders on the book. I'll slow it down so you can see the prices. If you turn them all on, that's basically the order book, right, at different heat levels. But I've got it filtered for bigger orders. Yeah, Bookmap. Yeah, Ace, there's no crypto payment on there right now. If you message me on Discord, we'll work something out. Send you an address or something, and then I'll have to add you to the list of people that I need to give a WAP ID to. The reason I want everybody to get on WAP is so that we're all in one place and everybody feels a little bit safer knowing that everybody in the group is at least verified to some extent. You know what I mean? People tend to hesitate to try to scam anybody when they've had to sign up somewhere, you know? I mean, it's not going to stop it completely, but we're trying to put as many layers as we can to make this group look unattractive to scammers. That makes any sense. All right, the first thing you need to do is to just go on YouTube and look at just a Discord tutorial because you're gonna need it to join the group and look through the chat, and then you're gonna need to download Discord. Then you're gonna need to find me on Discord. I had to learn it too when I first started. I was on Discord for some gaming groups and shit like that before, but I never really used it. I basically only really learned Discord when I put the group together. Like I was forced to learn all the little ins and outs. That's kind of what I want to see, Issa. I don't want them to move it. I want it to hit, and I want to see what happens. I'm here for the fireworks. The war is not going to stop anything, bro. It's volume that you need to worry about right now. Just the same things we've been looking at. Does that buy wall stay? Does sentiment stay bullish? Do people stay afraid to sell because there's so much Bitcoin sitting there? Is there enough room now between price and that wall for people to sell off and get back in on a replay, right? We didn't have that before. At this point, you're sort of scared to sell. Right? There's not a lot of room to play with. At this point, you see him and go, okay, I know he's down there, but I could still short this to psych high. Which is why I'm surprised he didn't move it. I'm telling you, y'all would hate me because I promise you that if this was me, that this wall would be here right now. Yeah, speed, guys. Speed is going to be important. We're here now, right? I've been saying for a while that it's all going to come down to speed. What I mean by that is not the speed of any individual candle, but how much building do we have to do? Right? We were at 64.5. We came down to low 60s. Now we're back up here. It has to build from here. We can't start losing levels and do that shit all over again just because there's not enough time left in the month. So if we want to hit that 69.70 by the end of July, we need to build from these levels. It is, Issa. It's the world's best game, in my opinion. The world's best video game with the world's worst graphics. Working on the graphics part, though. We've got to respect the new trap. We still don't have our psych ranges in yet. We got about an hour until that starts. In my opinion, if you were going to short here, you needed to swing at that trap long. And I'd be looking for a short time frame short. I'd be looking for a short down to resistance. I mean, to a prior support. But yeah, I would be scared to be too heavily invested in a late short while this guy is still sitting down here. Just personally, that doesn't land within my risk tolerance. Yeah, you at this point you've got to short the extremes. Like you've got to short the fast candles if you're gonna short it all, because you're not promised too much of a dip here in this uptrend. If you get it, cool, right? But you can't count on it. Yeah, then you don't need to be looking for any home runs right now, bro. The trade you should be looking to set up should be on a daily or on a 4-hour time frame. Well, it would be like if we inverted, right? So let's invert the chart and let's say that we got in on a scalp. You got in on a scalp long here, type 1. Well, right now you're V-shaped. Right, so you're looking for the first couple areas of resistance to see if you get your type 2. So like what I would look for, right, is for price to come up somewhere around this range, that downtrend, and then come back, but I would want it to hold. Like let's say it went to there, right? Then I would want it to hold our EMAs. Now the big question for snipers is, do you hold for type 2s? Sometimes I'll snipe, take profit on type 2. I mean, take profit at the top and then load back in if the type 2 comes in. Sometimes I let it ride. It depends on how sure I am that we're going to get that type 2. Right? That part of it is a little subjective. But the true honest way to do it, right? The pure way to do it would be take your short on a sniper. You're already granted a super tight stop loss, right? Your stop loss is like under 0.25. It's probably like 0.15. Then if you don't get your type 2, that's just what it costs you. You don't have to go crazy trying to figure out, do I sell? Do I get back in? You took your sniper entry. If you're right, you're right. If you're wrong, you're out. Now, what you do is you watch those type 2s, though, right? Because at type 2, it gives you an opportunity. Like, let's say this was the top. If you get that type 2, then it gives you an opportunity to add to that long, right? To add to that position. But your job is mostly done. The closer you can catch your wick to the bottom, the tighter your stop loss can be. In your mind, you got to write that off. This is what this trade is going to cost me, right? Worst case scenario, it's going to cost me this stop loss. And then if you invert the chart back to how we're looking, then right, you're basically looking for it to hold somewhere at these resistances, maybe the uptrend, and then come up to put in a type 2 to make you feel better about the short that you took. The further it comes down, right, obviously the better, because then your 0.3 and your golden pocket are going to be way lower. Ideally, if I was short here, what I would want is for this to come down, and then have my type 2 sort of reject off of there to my short position. Yeah, that's all it is sometimes, bro. If you manage to catch the top, then you know you got a super, super tight stop. If you're like 1 ATR, it literally costs you nothing to see how this plays out. What I like to do sometimes is when I get to one risk on my trade, right? Like I'm risking 1%, right? So when the short starts to play out and I get to 1R on my trade, I'll remove that 1R profit. Now your risk is off. Now it's a free trade, right? Because even if you get clipped, that 1R that you get clipped for is already in your pocket. You took that already from the trade. Yeah, you can't lose like that. You know, your win percentage goes through the roof at that point. If you count break evens as W's, your win percentage goes through the roof if you trade that way. Yeah, you don't have to move your stop loss. You just remove the risk. So your stop loss is still in the same place, right? Meaning if it hits, you're still going to lose 1% or whatever you set your, whatever you set your risk at. But you've already taken that and it's in your pocket. So you didn't lose anything, right? It's a free trade. I only move my stop loss up. I never move my stop loss back. Like I never move my stop loss away from price. If I'm going to move it, I'm moving it closer. I don't add risk ever. Yeah, the psych ranges aren't in. Remember, guys, we will retrap short or long depending on the direction that we're headed until the psych ranges come in, which is in about 40 minutes. This looks like golden pocket so far. Not quite. Yeah, he moved it up. He spent about 1,000 to create this nasty guy. We'll go over a second what that when that Will leaves, once he's out of the game, I want to go back and do a play-by-play on his trade because that shit was epic. A good teachable moment too. All right, he's gone.
He removed it?
No. I mean, I'm sorry. I was talking about market maker. I was waiting to see. I was like, are you gonna stop price there or no? Let me see. Where are we? Nah, I got still there. His lack of desire to move it up is interesting though.
It is.
I think we might be at the like icing on the cake part of his trade. Yeah, just that we need to hold the ground, right? We don't have the longer we get into the month, the less time we have to like go back down to low 60s and build support again. So being able to get above 64 and hold that as support would definitely be a good sign for that continuation. Yeah. This is his World Cup. World Cup. He's probably in his house wearing a jersey with his own name on it.
What I was saying when you couldn't hear me is that he's probably feeling pretty good about himself right now.
I would be. Job well done. I would have been moved the wall, bro. I'd have been moved the wall, and I would have probably been on Twitter tweeting about this shit too. At this point, I'm already at a W. I'm at a James Winded. That'd be funny as hell. Nah, it's better to move in the shadows, man. You don't want to even claim responsibility for this type of shit. This type of person is likely to disappear if they get a ton of attention. Like if a bunch of videos started coming out, like if somebody came out with a video and just like did the play-by-play and the trade was still active, I don't doubt that he'd make some moves. Looks like he's got some friends down here. Don't worry, that I lost it. Hold on now. Why are we getting? I'm starting to get some hiccups in this buy wall.
What do you mean by hiccups?
Like it's not solid anymore.
Why would it?
It might
What
just
would
be
make it hiccup?
a graphics. It might just be like a graphics thing with the way that book map shows up if you zoom in too far.
What if it isn't? Like, what if the hiccups are real? What does that mean?
Just means that he's moving it, like that he's canceling it and then resetting it in the same exact place over and over, but that doesn't make sense. It's got to
So
be a
there'd be no
hiccup.
reason.
Nah, it's a hiccup. It was a graphics thing. I just zoomed in again and it didn't do it. So okay.
Unless he was very indecisive.
Yeah, that's scary. Somebody with that much money that doesn't know what to do with it. I'll sit on the sidelines. Thank you very much.
James win.
Battlefield is still under construction right now. This is the top of that range. Right, this one, just so we know where we are. Range trading, after I told you, after hitting value area low or point of control, says that we should hit value area high. Right? As far as our patterns go, established patterns, this was our last target. Right? As far as established patterns go, we could build another target. We can build another pattern to get there. Right? But without building another pattern to get there, you don't have retail's help to get to value area high. Without liquidations, you don't have degen's help to get to value area high. Right? So two things have to happen. A pattern needs to be formed that convinces degens that price is going down so that they will short and cover that gap. And a pattern needs to be formed to convince retail that it's going up. Typically, that pattern is a bull flag. Right? Typically. Not saying this is what's happening now, but just pay attention to the flag, right? A bull flag makes people who want to short think it's going down because they're getting lower highs. It gives people who want to long think it's going up because it's forming a bull flag. Right? That's the sort of sentiment control that you have to have at these levels if you want to keep going up to cover gaps like that. Because market maker is not going to pay for that by himself. There's no whale in the world that's going to pay for that by themselves. So now we have to build. What can we build? What can we build that'll make bears think it's going down and make bulls think it's going up?
Can't market maker just pull the orders out of the book to get us through that?
If there was enough volume, he would. Like he felt like if there was enough buy volume to where just removing the orders would give you the slip that it needed. But I would assume by how price is moving that they've already done that. Because we're moving pretty swiftly, you know what I mean? So like it gets to the point that you've already used all the tools you can use. You've already thinned the order book. You've already given money to anybody that wants to go up. So that you have to start working on sentiment at that point. Then it'll work, right? You can get the sentiment more bullish than the thinness of the order book plus the sentiment you just created will give you that gap. Let's go to 5 minutes. $200 EMA, hold on the 15-second. This would be a viable type 2. Right. If this plays out, then the measured move should be enough to get us through that gap. See? Now retail has a reason to think that price can continue to move up. We're on really low time frames though, Cosmic. This is a 15-minute. Right? We're not even back up to where we were on Wednesday yet. We came down, hit point of control, back to the top of the range. I'm not saying it's not a nice move. I'm just saying you don't need we don't need to look for news or outside catalysts to explain it. Yeah, definitely nice. Always nice to see price move on the weekend. That's for sure. That guy moved his his buy wall up. Held price. Pushed it up. And then helped the recovery. Or the continuation, I should say. Kept it from dropping. Big balls. Gapped up. We'll see what happens when the psych ranges come in. We did the same thing last weekend. We chilled at the Ghost of CME for a while, and then we pulled out. We took out some we took out some trap longs, and then when we set that psych range, we ended up coming back down into the middle of them. Like on the 15-minute, if we set our psych ranges, like look at the structure on, let's go a little bit, let's go like hourly. This goes to CME here. Right, so if we end up trapping these longs right here, see how even that is? Now, we would still have to come back down, right? If we trap longs and we put in that psych range, and then that psych range ends up being like, let's say, starts up here, whatever, and comes down like here or something, you know? But it's very similar to what we did, except we didn't take them out. We've only retrapped twice. Our original one was here, right? And then this looked like a good trap. but it kept going up. Just got to wait for the rejection to see where it's at. I'll say the same thing I said last weekend. Until the psychological ranges come in, you can retrap. I'm more interested in what happens at the top of this range, honestly, than anything else. This has more of an impact on the macro than any sort of price action for one day. Right? This range has basically been home. Right? The loss of this blue range is the loss of the attempt to break out of our larger range. Right? That larger yellow range is where we've been in since we came down to that 58, 57, whatever. Right? Losing this blue range, like rejecting off the top of this range and then coming back down, point of control, actually losing the range is it for this relief rally. Right? So what's more important to me than whatever happens this weekend is what happens right now at the top of this range. If we break out, it needs to establish itself as a true breakout and not just a deviation where the clock starts ticking at that point. $76 Bitcoin bought on market. Yeah, order book is still nice and thin to the top side. You got a little bit of heat here above you, but it doesn't start until 648. 6486, 6487. Basically, the top of that measured move is where you start to run into some bigger orders. You see how they're gridding up above us now? Take a look at the difference. This is what it looked like above us before, right? Now you're getting a very symmetrical grid. Our guy is still down there, though. He's still chilling. But pay attention to that grid. The top of it looks like it's at 65. Not mistaken. Yeah, 65 to 6484. That's basically that range right there. Just watch for it to disappear, thicken up, spoof. See how they're leaving? It's getting thinner, dollar-wise. Just Dbloc is cool, bro. Please. It's possible. Like I said, that gap it's expensive to get through. Market maker's not gonna pay to get price. Look at it like this: if market maker makes $1 billion by taking those licks, but it costs him $1 billion to get up there, it doesn't make any sense. When you can spend no dollars, just decide to not match liquidity to the top, have price drop, get that sentiment change. He's already paying himself on all these vectors as we speak. Remember, each one of these vectors has short positions attached to them. Right? Gives you the money to go long into short positions at your long. So what we're looking for is retracement into these ranges. I'm working on it on my other PC because I kept doing too much and crashing while I was streaming. So I'm working on it on the off time now. That's all right. I'm cool. I'm over it. I wonder how many people come in here and see that we're on the 15th second and just instantly leave. Yeah, they got released, but we haven't set the psychological ranges yet. The way I'm operating on these weekend traps is until the psychological ranges set. Any release of traps is a retrap not a false move. If the psychological ranges were already forming, then I would take it as a false move. So we won't know until tonight. Yeah. I mean, like, this whole thing with no CME is new, right? So anybody's opinion is just as good as mine. I'll be honest with you. This is just how I'm playing it. The sort of rules that I've been playing the weekend by. So far, they've been holding together. We seem to be more volatile in between our original trap set and the actual psych ranges than we were before. But then we tend to settle down inside those psych ranges. Hell yeah, it made it easy to trade. I wish this guy was around all the time. I need some coffee in my life. $5.30. Well, why don't you save us all some time then and tell us what price Bitcoin is at? So I can just set my trade for the next 6 hours and go eat and go to the gym. Hold on, I'm just trying to wrap up a couple things before I go eat. Dun, dun. Oh shit.
Welcome to this video.
No. No. Sorry about that.
We are watching the purchasing power of the dollar fall.
No. Well, yes, we are. We are watching the purchasing power of the dollar fall. That is true. All right. I think that was it. I'm just setting something up for after dinner show.
Three yet? D.
What's up?
You try the new Chinese model yet?
No. Nah,
Wow.
I've been like mid project with a couple things, so
So it's like Fable, but lets you do illegal stuff.
fun. Can't see how that could
Uncensored
go
Fable.
wrong.
It's funny.
Yeah, I had it redo. Like, so I got a quote for a piece of complicated machinery to add onto my CNC machine. So I sent it the website and the spec and the PDF because they put their design on their website, like their CAD file. And I said, I'm going to bed. Reverse engineer this whole thing and give me a build and give me a build of materials and give me a design CAD and basically G code specs for my machine. I came back this morning, dude, and it wrote an entire like essay of everything. Bill of materials, Amazon links, Alibaba links, everything was crazy, dude.
Now, I'll be happy when I tell AI what I want, and it goes and it gives me all those links and all that, and then gives me the address to a wallet where it made me a couple $1,000s overnight to pay for all that shit. It'd be great. Imagine.
It's coming, man.
It's not
coming.
far. It's not far.
I mean, you like you said, you got to know. It's not. You can't go into it with I don't I don't know what I don't know. You have to know what you don't know to ask the right questions.
Bro, right now they're already like people already have their shit on automatic drop shipping mode where literally every day Claude wakes up, goes and sees. By the way, if any of you are at the point where you need some money and you're trying to figure out what to do, to pay attention because this shit is like the easiest shit in the world. I mean, if you have no, you don't want to do it for your store, right? You open up a store, some bullshit store, but Claude basically just renames it every day to whatever product happens to be the hottest. Right? Finds the link, does the drop shipping, sets everything up, starts spamming TikTok and what you call it with ads, and just every day, just literally just changes every day. It just keeps following whatever the hottest trend happens to be.
And because people have their debit card and their credit card attached to Instagram, it's like effortless.
Yeah, bro, you just click. I get all those Instagram ads all the time. IG right now, IG ads used to be Facebook. Right now, IG ads are the biggest bang for buck that you can get.
Yeah, dude, I'm selling a product right now. I'm not going to say what it is because I'm not trying to. I'm trying to prove a point that I used Instagram ads with my agent, and I can't keep up with sales. My son is helping me this summer because he's out of school for the summer,
Mm-hmm.
so I'm not worried about it. But dude, I was not prepared for the result at all.
Yeah, the next drop for Cypher School, this one was just the uniform, right? The next drop is going to be all crypto stuff, and I'm going to slam Instagram with ads. But so now, say you have a bot that's set up that way, right? Then you're one MD file away from saying, hey, whenever I give you a goal, part of your goal is to get the money that I need to make it happen. You've got your limitations. You know what you can spend, what you can't. You know what I mean? And it just does it. Just goes out and does the shit.
Dude, it's sending my son Telegram messages for him in the morning for all the orders and like what's the options on the orders, and it does it all for me. I don't have to say crap. I don't have to say anything to him.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a Telegram where I control my agent when I'm out. It's great. It's like typing into the Telegram is just like typing into the terminal, like everything, commands and everything.
Telegram, and he was using some other, like maybe TikTok was his way of communicating, or like he thinks Facebook's is for boomers, but like just to get him on Instagram was kind of hard. But Telegram he likes. And just the fact that somebody can make an order at nighttime, and I'm goofing off doing something else in the shop not related, and he's got everything he needs in the morning without intervention from me, dude, is mind blowing to me.
It's great, yeah.
Because usually, like you said, man, you weren't ready to release your finances to an agent to trade, and yet you're still confident enough to help you build your system that you use to help to teach others.
Yeah.
So you're still hand holding it a little bit.
Oh, I'm hand holding it a lot. It literally does nothing on its own.
But I guess what I'm saying is that it was hard for me to let that go. It was hard for me to not look at an email order and then message my son and go, hey, you've got a couple more orders in, you've got a couple days to get them done. Like I had a hard time letting that go. But when I started seeing the output, it's hands off. Like,
I'm not to the point yet where I don't edit everything that comes out. But it's because of what I'm doing. It needs to be very specific. You know what I mean? When I write a report in a certain way, in a certain tone, and I say things a certain way, I don't need any revision. I don't need any editing. I don't need any. And AI will try to do that if you're not careful, right? It'll try to like, oh, I thought that was a mistake. Like, no, there was an intentional pause there. You know what I mean? Like things like that. So yeah, I don't. But as far as like, the CRM, like right now, if anything happens and you ask, like if anything happens with the merch and you have a problem with shipping or you have a problem with whatever, and it's a commonly asked question, then it's responding to those and sending them back.
That's beautiful.
But it's literally just, if this is said, you respond with this, but what it responds with is the answer I gave it. It's the same as if I hired somebody and they were reading a script off of a teleprompter.
Yeah,
And you know what I mean? Like if I had a call center.
it's a set of rules, and you're obviously in your shopping cart system, you have a set of rules like, hey, I want this color, I want this size, blah blah blah, and it's pretty much just transferring information and formatting in a way that can be human readable for someone who's actually filling the order.
Yeah.
But in your case, you're claiming, and I'm not saying you're claiming, but your sales pitches is that you're offering an education that you're not going to get anywhere else in crypto. And if you say something that's like misleading or whatever, I'm preaching to the choir here, but I get it. It's different. There's reasoning involved. You're deriving conclusions, et cetera, et cetera. So
Yeah.
in that case, yes, the editing is like human review is super important.
Yeah. But it takes me way less time to edit than it would to hand type a report.
Yep.
My favorite thing now is, and I don't know if you've noticed through some of the last slide videos, they've been longer and more sort of like in a conversational voice. And that's because I'm reading the report to it on Whisper in natural voice. You know what I mean? So it's like, now it doesn't have to assume what my tone is. It doesn't have to it's literally getting it for me in real time.
Do you ever use AI to research something and then it gives you something you didn't think of and then you deep dive into that too?
It comes in handy where a research team would come in handy, right? Like if I'm researching something and then I get a thought like, okay, I wonder how many non-Iranian vessels have actually made it through the port in every single time that we've had a ceasefire, non-ceasefire, right? I'm not going through that data. I mean, I could, but that would take me hours and hours and hours, right? But if I know that if I know that the API that the bot is set up to is accurate, then I can trust those numbers, But even then, even when I'm using a new data source, I'm always going to double and triple check. Now, after it proves itself, right? And as long as there's no reasoning involved, you're literally just taking numbers from place A and putting them in place B so I could see it. Then I have a little bit more trust. But you have to know that the sources are right. Like you said, I'm teaching a trading course that surrounds itself around concepts that aren't commonly used or aren't commonly used in the way that we use them, or refer to concepts that aren't spoken about because they've been gatekept for so long on the internet, whatever. So if I was to just let AI spit out, like it would never, it's going to go with the consensus, right? It's going to go on the internet. It's going to go with the consensus. Well, what we're doing has an edge because it's not the consensus. Right? All you're going to get from an AI generated course is an amalgamation of what the majority of people think is a good trade or a good idea. You know what I mean? But if 85% of people get wrecked, then what do I care what the average is?
But I agree. I think your standard's so high, which it should be. But I would say that looking at different angles in crypto is a good thing, regardless of who generates it. I get that it's a hub. It potentially could be a hub of all thought that's currently going on through latest articles or whatever. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I never thought of macroeconomics when I first started crypto. I was like putting trends and like drawing wedges and crap like that and just trading the chart. I wasn't paying attention to the world. And I'm assuming there's a lot of people like that. So having even an AI agent without your level of expertise or your point of view is still is better than going in blind into crypto with just being.
You know what the problem with that is, though, because of what we just talked about, since it's not something that's spoken about a lot, a general AI agent might not even put those together unless prompted with the correct question. You know what I mean? Unless someone sits down and goes, you know, what effect does geopolitics have on crypto? Like, if it's guided, maybe it'll get there. Yeah, I don't doubt that it would get there. But if you just sat down and were like, what affects crypto? It might not be one of the first things it says. But again, that's because when it goes out and it asks that question generally, that's not the main answer that comes back, you know?
Like, dude, I would have never asked an agent to pay attention to QE and pay attention to liquidity and money flow to find out when they get in and out of alts. I would have never known to
Exactly.
ask that.
Yeah. No, I do get it though. I mean, I would have, bro, when I first came into crypto, I would love to be able to sit down with an agent and just pick its brain, right? No, we didn't have access. It's like having access to somebody who knows stuff that doesn't get tired of answering questions. But it would have definitely made my journey quicker, you know, for sure.
Especially asking the same question but with one little caveat, and then you keep like building on its answers. If you ask a person that, eventually they're going to get annoyed. Like,
Yeah.
even you have a tolerance, because I've even heard you sometimes go, hey, we just covered that in the school and now you're asking it here, and it's like you're actually really patient with it, but you can kind of hear it in your voice, like, I just covered this, and it's valid. That's a totally acceptable answer. I'm not digging on you for it. I'm just saying it doesn't have any sense of like, oh well, I want to focus on something else right now, or I got another chart to look at, or I want to just chill for now for a little bit. It doesn't. It just goes.
Yeah. Give me a second. I'll be right back, y'all. Back out. Let's count down. Let's see if he's really about it. 3,100. Watch these orders look off the book. Let's go. Nobody else want to sell him some Bitcoin? $3,099. Speed it up, man. Somebody just took 500. They're starting to buy inside of the range now. All of those orders are taking. Filling, filling, filling. Still at 2,500. It's just like a fucking movie.
So Dbloc, your mic's not coming through on Discord.
25.3. My bad, Jamie.
Yeah, doctor. I'm watching on Kiwataka, and they keep adding to this wall. I mean, not so much right now, but it's a good choice before.
Yeah, I see it.
Bitcoin's at. I was thinking this is probably someone that was undecided at the beginning of the month, and they were like, might as well get in by now.
28. Somebody took another 300. Or sold them another 300, I should say. Bro, if he was to move this order right now, if he was to just delete the order right now, that shit would slingshot like 43, 42 because of the absorption that's going on here. Every single red bubble you see inside that box is an order that's being absorbed. 254. They haven't let it get much further than like 24 before they push it back up to 28 though. See? 2.7 again, 2.8. Yeah, this shit is crazy. He said no, y'all. No means no. Nah, too solid of a price point to be multiple. This is somebody with a big bag. Big bag. This is a major area of liquidity because of him. Right? It means that anybody that wants to buy or sell can do it inside of this range. It also means that anybody that happens to want to sell off 2,000 Bitcoin can do it right now with getting no slippage. That's very rare, right? There's not many places on the chart where you can sell 1,000 Bitcoin, 2,000 Bitcoin, and not create slippage. I would sell off into this shit so quick if I was holding that much on Bitcoin. You got to realize, right? You're like, okay, it could go to 70, right? Let's say it goes to 69. But if it goes to 69 and you got 2,000 Bitcoin and you sell 2,000 Bitcoin at market at 69, you're basically getting this average. You're probably getting a little higher average than this with the slippage that you would get. My question is, what are his plans for all this Bitcoin? Because he's not spoofing this at all. He's letting this order fill. That's the question.
It's Michael Saylor. buying back his Bitcoin because he can't stand to be without it.
I wish Michael Saylor was this active when he traded. That would be nice. You are starting to get people now. Good luck, bro. You're starting to get people now trying to buy. Like, gang, the buyer's here. You know, like, good luck. You know, wait for him to fill up. A lot of people don't know. A lot of people shorted into this wall having no idea that it was there. And I mean, I don't necessarily blame them, right? You got a bearish channel that broke down. I blame them for not paying attention to things they could be paying attention to, though. Yeah. We all have the same access. Yeah, at some point it becomes math. If you know how much volume there is, right, for a day, and you know how much money's moving per hour, then you can basically set a wall and know how long it'll last if volume stays the same, right? If everything stays exactly the same, it'll take traders 3 hours to break a $2,000 wall or something, a 2,000 Bitcoin wall, or 6 hours or whatever the math is. But he's already filled a nice amount. Yeah. It's just during the weekend you can sort of count on it to be low, you know. So if you just take the average weekend volume and then set a wall to combat that, then you could try to own the weekend. 1.9, 1.8. This is a lot of sell pressure, y'all. I know it doesn't look like it because we're not moving, but you're getting a lot of sell pressure right now. It's like nobody wanted to attack him alone, but now that we're there, it's like everybody's trying to jump him. Because it's equal. Right? You're getting equal buying and selling pressure. Now the buying is overwhelming the selling. Right now you're getting that top side drift. Be funny as hell if he exhausts the sellers and then pushes the price up and then just sells all the Bitcoin. Just exhausts all the buyers and sellers, clears the board to both sides, takes a short, and then dumps the biddy. Just so we're clear, we're talking about 280. What was it? Let's do it by what he had originally.
This guy's putting himself in the history books.
Nah, you know what's crazy? That the he just made himself a legend here. Most people probably aren't even paying attention right now. That 4.5K sell wall that he had was 290 mil. All right, so just the two that he's got left. What is it? 2.2? 140. 140 mil in Bitcoin left to sell. That's how low the volume is. That 400 mil can run the weekend. That's usually not possible. Yeah, we've been fighting with it here. He's been filling. They've got him drained to like 23 now. Yeah, I'm using Bookmap right now because Kiyotaka's all screwed up. If he gets filled and the sell pressure continues, we'll drop, yeah. Remember, the Bitcoin he holds does nothing to drop price. It's the buy wall that's keeping the price from. Now, the question is, what does he do if he gets filled and price continues to drop? At what point, is he done? I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised that he's filling the orders. I mean, I thought he would let some fill because he did before. But he's got to be doing the math at this point. He put a stop to those psych ranges too, which means our psych ranges are going to end up being high if it takes forever to break through this. Price is above his order right now. We're filling from this top. We're not filling from that green box. Lets you know where price is filling from on the order book. Right? Each dot is an order size related that popped at that point in the order book. Everybody that was trying to fill their orders in here that weren't allowed to fill their orders because he was swallowing them up, they moved higher, right? Which means that they settled for buying Bitcoin higher. Now people are dumping off again. Still not in his block yet. The last chance to buy before you go into the black hole. In other words, the orders are first in, first out for the most part, which means you have to buy market. If you want 64750, you have to buy market. Right? Or you have to wait in line behind this guy until those 2,000, are gone. So the second that price moves out of that price point, anybody that buys has to settle to buy higher, or they've got to wait for him to finish, which obviously would take forever. So you see all the buying that's happening above his price point. They're selling too, but that's why you're getting that buying. We'll see, man. I don't know. Maybe he's not, For all we know, this is just the beginning of his accumulation, and he's willing to accumulate way lower for longer than we think. Or he's just right. In my opinion, this is a whale that's riding the end of Green July. Remember how I said we have to stay above 625? If we stay above 625, the chances of going to 70 are increased, right? Because it's a nicer chart. But he's trying to help draw the chart, right? He put his money where his mouth is, and he's literally stopped price from going any lower, in my opinion, with the intention of getting that move into 69. So if that's the case, he doesn't mind filling up here, right? Because the target's higher. But that's subjective, right? There's no way to prove or disprove right now. We're just going off of what we've seen so far. He's down to 1.9. It's almost too bearish because people are willing to sell lower than his price. See how it's dropping lower? The reason it drops lower is because this guy's sitting there saying, well, I'm going to sell 64750 and I've got this much to sell. So the same way we said with the bulls, any bear that wants to sell at that level has to wait. Or they have to settle for selling lower. Right? The same way that if you're a bull and you want to sell right now, you want to buy right now, you have to buy higher than you want. If you're a bear right now, you've got to sell lower than you want.
Well, why not just sell it to him at the price?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Why sell it for less? Again,
Excuse me.
Sell it for a higher point.
It's because it's taken they're bearish and it's taken too long for the orders to fill. So they're pushing lower. Or remember, this is aggregated too, right? So, or they're selling on an exchange that doesn't fill his order. Because we don't have, there aren't aggregated order books when it comes to filling positions. We only get to see it if we aggregate it, but.
So in this circumstance, with this much being bought or sold, is this a place where low liquidity exchanges might have a drastic different price?
You could get a lot of, you could get a difference. I wouldn't doubt that you're getting some scam wicks on some lower liquidity exchanges here. Funny as hell to watch though. This dude's order fill. How the market reacts when somebody doesn't spoof a order. Nah, it's sitting at 1900 right now. Stopping volume candle. I mean, vector candle. Bucket maker is just eating in this range right now. You can't tell by the size of the candles, but the tick volume. Remember, a tick is every time that price moves one tick, right? Tick, 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 tick. On way smaller increments than we're looking at right now. But just the jumping up and down on top, right? The buyer's trying to sell above his level and the seller's trying to sell below his level. And both of these into vectors. Yeah, either way, he's getting paid. Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. Sideways capitulation will reset your RSIs. Or I mean sideways consolidation will reset your RSIs. Those are market buys and sells. Shit, we don't even need the whole chart, right? All we need is that one line. $18.5, 19. It popped out of the green bubble here, so you can see the price. You can see the amount of Bitcoin a little better right there. Right, it's this line, 18.9. Well, this is too high anyways. You know where it's at, right? It's like down here. Let's see what the surrounding price looks like. It's nothing, but it's like a black hole. It's literally absorbing all the surrounding orders. If the sell pressure remains the same, yeah, it's gonna be like tug of war and like you let go of the rope. I would feel a little bit less comfortable buying at these levels without 2,500 Bitcoin underneath me. That makes sense. You know what I mean? Not only that, but you've completely emptied the order book for the most part. Anybody who's got sells underneath you probably capitulated to selling higher. Feels still bugging. Bro, just at least give me the order book. I don't even need the chart. You know what this reminds me of? When the iPhone starts messing up because the new iPhone came out. And they want you to get the new iPhone so the old one gets all glitchy and shit. I'm not stupid. I'll try that. Other people were having problems too, but maybe it'll help. $17.8. Hold the line. right, I'm gonna try to see what this looks like on the Call of Crypto app. If I crash, you know what happened. Still sitting at 17. Cross your fingers. All right. Let me get this back real quick. Hold on. How do I do this? No, it's because that's from the second that I turned it on. I definitely would have crashed if it was on before. That's why it's so low. But they're right at basically his order block. On the next refresh, it'll probably kick in. Let me leave that on the side for a second. Let it build. 14.2. Right? They say there's a supply shock coming. So much absorption, bro. All the neutral, all the whale cell, I mean, all the neutrals that you're seeing, whale neutrals, are like massive cells that are just being absorbed by that wall. Look at the tape. See? Those red cells that you see are the ones that are firing underneath. He's down at 1,089. I'll be real with you. I'm gonna be surprised if we absorb this wall, because I didn't think we had the sell pressure to be able to give him his 4K Bitcoin or his 3K Bitcoin. Just look at that. It's crazy. Hold on, let me turn this off. It's just what it looks like where every order gets filled. Price only moves when you have to move through the order book. All right, what's this guy got left? 12.7. I mean, sorry. Don't freak anybody out. Yeah, I have, but this has been very effective. That's why I said that this person is smart. Because I've seen this attempted before, but they picked the perfect time to do it. Meaning, like, it was just the right amount of trading volume to pull this off. You can't do it when volume is too dead, or price just won't move unless you buy something. But you can't do it when volume is too high, or your walls will get absorbed too quickly to be effective. And you can't do it during the week when market makers are active, or they'll break your shit apart. But if you wait for that Goldilocks time where there's just enough people to move price, but not enough to beat your bank, and market makers are running on algos. And you got a little brains. $500 million could be a fun weekend. Yeah, exactly. Like, I've been watching the battlefield for a while now, right? That red line is resistance. That green line is support. The white line is price. I can't tell you I've ever seen it sandwiched that tight for that long. And the bears are winning. You see how there's more red than green? We got it set up so that it's the delta. Right? So when there's bearish delta, you'll see more red fire. When there's green delta, you'll see more green fire. Right now, there's a 66% delta. Right? That's the sell pressure. Oh, shit. Okay, we almost lagged out there. Too many bombs. You see how the delta just turned bullish after those large orders? I'm trying to get the bear team's hoodies done. That's why the bear team is still sitting in like armor. What's going on, True? I'm just fighting this whale right now. Just a little whale fight. Bro, if he had some friends, though, they could do some damage right now. But there was like 6 or 7 other whales of his caliber right now that were pushing off of his supports. We could have seen some fireworks. So basically, this is what we're looking at, right? Bears are pressing down, bulls are pressing up. Yeah, he pushed it up twice already. He waited a little bit longer to push it up than I would have. And then he was more aggressive with where he pushed it up to than I would have, which is weird. In my opinion, that was the first misstep, but it's hard to call anything a misstep if you don't know what somebody's motives are. Down underneath 1,000 for the first time, 989 Bitcoin for a second, and they pushed it back up. I'm not exactly sure that it's him refilling at these levels. I think there's other people joining in as well. I don't think he's put too much effort in keeping this full. I think he just really let it. I think he just really let the bag fill. Like he hasn't been adding more money, in other words. Now, what would be funny as hell is if he removed this 1,000 Bitcoin and put it above us and then shorted and sold the Bitcoin he just bought from everybody and used it to dump on their heads. Bears are winning again. I need to make these things to where I can toggle them on and off. When I hit cinematic mode, it should take all the overlays off. I think that makes the most sense. Oh shit. Did we crash? I gotta fix that. I gotta fix that. Maybe I don't need a single particle for every piece of an explosion, right? Like actual physics rendering a real explosion particle. Like I think we're good with a picture of an explosion. Right? We gotta have. I think we gotta have some limits. It was a buy order for that much Bitcoin. So at one point it was like 490 mil, close to half a bill that he's been playing with. And that's not even the main position. I don't even, his main position is probably iceberged into a million different orders, bro. We'll never be able to track down the actual main position. But what I could tell you is that it's probably bigger than the wall he was using to defend it, especially if he's letting it absorb. If he's okay with absorbing this Bitcoin, then I can't even imagine what the size of his actual order was. Well, he's playing his big bank, take little bank on a ridiculous level. And I respect it. You got it, bro. I'll stay out of the water till you're done. There's another drop. Those are all large sells, like large whale orders. We're down to 725 now. We're not pulling from that anymore. We're underneath it. You could put a limit order for that size. But yeah, you definitely need to have your limit raised, which isn't hard to do, y'all. What's actually a good idea right now is before we get to the bottom, you guys need to call your exchanges and you need to tell them that you need your, even if you don't think you need, no, sometimes you'll look at your limits and you'll be like, bro, I'm never going to put that much money on exchange. But just trust me. Just tell them that you need to have your limits increased. The best way to do it is tell them, hey, I want to put a bunch of money on exchange, but I need to get my daily limits increased. The reason you want to do it now is because that also increases the amount that you can pull out. And if you wait until the top of the bull market to then decide, hey, I need to have my shit increased, sometimes they don't let you. They'll like ignore those requests. But if you ask during the bottom of the bear market, then in their minds, they think, oh, this guy wants to drop a bunch of money on exchange. So they'll increase your limits. So that's just a little trick that you can use to make things go a little faster. But when you do need it, I'm not saying max out your limits, but you can request to have them increased. And that goes the same for your trade limits. Well, obviously, because you would have to be able to get that amount of money on exchange. What is rare is usually that type of money moves over the counter. The only time you don't move that type of money over the counter is when you want to affect price, which is what this guy did. Right? The intention was to affect price, not by buying and making it go, but by filling the order book, right? Creating a support where there was none. Yeah. Mean reversion by sideways consolidation. We're so dead that the price that the price is hiding behind a dotted line and a EMA. Even on the zoom in, that means that this should definitely be right here. Are you not entertained? Price action is crazy, but this shit to me is literally like this is what I see. This is exactly what's happening. Bitcoin's dead. Our mothers were right. We should have listened. Imagine he just gets bored and adds another wall right here, right on top, and just sandwiches price. And then we could all just go out and go into the world and touch grass. Just a whale sandwich. This is the funniest shit. We waited all day to see what would happen when price hit this. It's down to 574. We're getting to the point now where one whale could come in and bang this out. I mean, so I keep saying buy. One whale comes in and sells what? 480 Bitcoin. Bro, anybody that wanted to sell Bitcoin sold it. Like, with more than opportunity to sell your Bitcoin into this wall right here. I'm trying to finish the hoodies for the other team. Then I got to put the backs on these hoodies. If anybody bought the Bull Bear, the away set, that's what we're going to put on these guys. You see the front with the bull logo. And then I think we need a different battlefield. It's the Cypher. We need something more futuristic. Yeah, Delta's green now. By 32%. There's bound to be some selling exhaustion. Like, I can't imagine there's tons of Bitcoin left to sell, right? Who knows? It depends, man. It depends. Like I said, if there's Bitcoin left to sell, we're already seeing the sell pressure die off a little bit. So it also depends on what our guy here decides he wants to do with all this Bitcoin that he just bought. That's what happens when you slam into 3,000 Bitcoin worth of buy orders. Yeah. Seller exhaustion. Wall's at 570 now. Between 48 and 48.1, there's a similar amount of Bitcoin. So I don't like that these are vectors. This like a smells like a Greg Louganis in the making. Nah, this probably a DCA for him, bro. There's somebody with 5 or 6 billion that he needs to put into the market over the next 4 months. Boom. Big buy orders. I feel like I'm back on dial up. Boom. There goes those buy orders hitting the chart. I know that was intense, but we had to zoom all the way in or we wouldn't have even been able to see those candles, gang. I wasn't trying to freak anybody out with the massive green candle or anything.
I went running to my chart.
That was the only way to see the action. We had to be zoomed in.
When I got to it, I looked at it, I was like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Little bit of green delta. It means that there was a buyer for the seller, right? It didn't push the price any. Somebody bought 1 Bitcoin, somebody sold that Bitcoin, and somebody who bought 1 Bitcoin. The red and the green lets you know whenever you have a bullish or a bearish delta. Meaning I wanted to sell 1.5 Bitcoin, you only bought 1. Then I had to go to somewhere else on the order book to sell the other 0.5. Those don't move price. Neutral delta doesn't move price. That's exactly what you'll get is those sideways invisible candles whenever you have a neutral delta. You're so dramatic, bro. You remind me of my ex stuff. It's funny because price action wise, it's really the most boring shit ever. The only reason we're interested at all is because we understand how we got here. Like, I don't know about y'all, but I'm emotionally invested in this trade. Like, I want Buddy to win at this point. I'm just interested to see what the next move is. The only reason, hear me out. The only reason to allow a wall, you're already in a long, right? If you're throwing around this much money and you've shown this level of intelligence, you have to have cycle knowledge, so you know that wasn't the bottom. It's been effective this whole time. So why allow this order to be absorbed? You're already holding Bitcoin because you're in a Bitcoin long, or you wouldn't be doing this, right? So you're already cash rich on this trade. Why spend it to buy this Bitcoin? Better question. If you wanted to move this wall up and continue this, why waste the fiat when the fiat is what gives you the power for the walls? Unless your intention is to set another wall that you need Bitcoin for, not fiat, right? Which would be a sell wall. All the money in the world isn't going to build you a good sell wall. Yeah, you have the Bitcoin that you're already in a trade in, but you need a spooky sell wall now. Because if you sell your Bitcoin and you open a short, you want to do the same thing on the way down. But you can't do the same thing on the way down if you don't have extra Bitcoin. So for that, you need to let your last order fill. It's a beautiful game. Like when you really dig into it. I would love to run this whole play, this everything that we've, that's happened here with this dude. I'd love to run this by Jesse and get his opinion on it. Now, I could be giving this guy way too much credit, bro, but I don't know. Nobody gets this lucky this many times in a row. Like, this is some of the moves he made were non-traditional and pretty smart. I mean, I would imagine that that's the play. I would imagine that he was trying to get price to 69, but I wouldn't let my last wall absorb like this if that was it. I'd remove the wall, let price come down, find the natural bottom, wait for people to buy again, and then I would add this. I would keep doing it. It's working. So I would keep doing it until I got closer to my target, which for me would have been 69. I'm going to give a complete rundown on what I think his motivations were. But the TLDR is I think that he sold at 65 the last time we were up here, and he didn't get his complete fill. So all of this move was to make sure price got back up to 65. Wasn't just to make money. It's to get back to his original exit. So he can get out of his, get out of his position at that level. And it's gone, ladies and gentlemen.
Shazam!
That's what happens when one side lets go of the rope. Let me show you what I mean. what I was saying about his first time we saw that wall was here. We came up, we tried to get over 65, couldn't. Remember? But you remember the wall that was sitting right here? It was like right around here. And we're trying to get above it, and then we popped. And then it finally dropped. Right? And then he built another one here after he had the big one down here. So it started here. Bottom popped up. Actually, I think there was another one, but anyways, popped up, gave us that move, then dropped, had that sell order that was there. That dropped us. His original move, right? His original buy order that didn't fill completely, obviously, because we saw how much Bitcoin was sitting there. Came back and filled. He pushed price up, right? Bringing his sell order to there, or his buy order there. Pushed price up again, bringing his buy order there. Push price up again by bringing it to there. And then got back basically, or close to anyways, to his original exit. Tons of volatility for a weekend. You gotta love it. You gotta give the book a minute. Remember what I said? His order was a black hole. Right? So it sucked all the liquidity, all the, standing orders from both sides. So you know what happens when market maker does that, right? Like FOMC, right? This looks like a FOMC Friday or FOMC Wednesday. Look on the 15-second, right? That looks like CPI numbers just came out. Right, that's volatile price action through an empty order book. So now we've got to reset, right? Now that that force is sort of out of the market, price needs to find equilibrium. I'd like to thank Mr. Whale, for the teachable moment. I'll keep an eye on the order book and see if he pops back in anywhere, which is really what I want to see. The biggest order on the book is 400 Bitcoin. Yeah. We'll see him when he comes back. It'll make a splash. So the difference now is that when we hit these sell orders above, there's not going to be a lot of fear, right? There's not a lot of fear to leave your position now. So now we just play regular, right? Momentum. Everybody's exhausted at this point. He's exhausted. Market maker's exhausted.
You think it's going to take a little time before market maker makes that quick push to trap the longs?
I don't know. At this point, I think that everybody's just sitting back and breathing. It might be a good time for whales to push because Like I said, the book is basically empty. Question is, when does our guy sell? This is his original order block that we're in right now. There aren't any orders there. I'm saying we're to the point where he was, where he last dumped off at the beginning of all this. And for me, it seems like that effort was put in to get back to this level. And we know that at the very least, he's sitting on 4,000 Bitcoin right now. Right. So basically, our question is, when does he sell? You know, is he a long-term holder, or was he having some fun for the weekend? Yeah, Keo's all screwed up, bro. I think Def hacked Keo. I Def hacked Keo, so we had to use Bookmap. Let's see what we've got for sales. We don't have to go to we can check our volume footprint here. I want to see who sold off at the top there. Bearish absorption. Ghost said he was going to get me a paddock if I made everybody respect the whale. Yeah, bro, it's been a movie. You missed it. I'm gonna do a full sort of rundown on that shit after I eat tonight though. I just gotta go back and go on the order book and get all the accurate, right, all the accurate numbers. I'm surprised they're not talking about dude on Twitter. Honestly, I haven't checked, but Well, dude is a legend in my book, and even if I knew who he was, I wouldn't say. He played that shit brilliantly. Secret safe with me. Zeusy. No, just I've been like so into that I haven't even looked at viewer count or how many of y'all are in here. Probably bored people out of here, honestly. Unless you're like high level nerds. Nah, it's a good amount of people. All right. My people.
I know for me, I was hoping for an explosive reaction after that. I was hoping to just come down and hit the spike through it and take off
Yeah.
like in the past when we hit. So I think management position, but man, hope this guy throws a little extra cash at this and let it rip. If you invested that much just there, you could throw a little 2% at it and make it jump through the book and then create FOMO and have everyone pump their heads.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
kind of the theory I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, they really top blasted this section right here though. Watch. That's slipping through the book, right? It's like an order that was made that didn't completely fill until it got up there. So maybe he did. Maybe he threw a little chunk of change at the top of it once the order was right. But I think it's just that reaction, right? There was pushing and pulling to both sides really hard. So the first sell that came in that normally would have just got absorbed there ran through the book to the bottom. Right. And then any dip buys that came in after that just sent it.
See, I've been putting orders where he had it, expecting, a touch and go. And it's like every time we got close, we kept getting.
Yeah, we're moving off really low volume now. Like these are all underneath 1 Bitcoin buys and sells now. There, we just 2 Bitcoin, 2 Bitcoin. Yeah, 10 Bitcoin. Just to give you like a feeling of the book, 10 Bitcoin shot you down. Yeah, there's 0 buys and sells through all of that. That's just a drift off the 10 Bitcoin. I need to eat some food. I feel like I just worked out or some shit. The adrenaline gets going. Yeah, I think so too. I think some of those levels that were avoided artificially are looking to be filled. Bring some balance back to this chart. Let's get out of the small time frames for a second. Just look at what we're at, where we're at. Right, so we've got some pretty big gaps inside the VPVR that were created by our guy here. And when price wasn't allowed to come back through these ranges. So you've got some pretty decent imbalances there. You got some more there. Basically where all of his walls were. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't say fictitious, right? The support matters. You're still going to have to deal with it because there's orders at that. There's orders and people whose trades are at those levels that are going to react. But the skipping of retracements, these guys, anybody whose liquidation levels are underneath one of these walls that was safe 20 minutes ago is no longer safe. You know, in other words, price didn't come back and get you, not because, it's not natural price action. You've left serious imbalances here. And everybody just sold that guy their Bitcoin, bro. Nobody's in the mood to buy Bitcoin right now. If they buy now, they're stupid and they did the wrong thing, right? So, like, it's almost like your ego is going to make you walk away. That being said, it's really difficult, like I said before, to sell that amount of Bitcoin in one place without creating big red candles. So anybody who really wanted to sell off at 64, that was the blessing for them. They didn't have to split their orders up in a bunch of chunks, and they could just sell into it. All right, I gotta go eat. We'll leave this here for now because I want to go over the whole play later. But yeah, trap shorts. If I'm following my rules, then this is a false move up, right? Because our trap shorts were freed after psychological ranges came in, even though they're still calculating. And we managed to get right up to his old sell wall, which is sort of interesting to me. Might have been the purpose for this whole thing, y'all, honestly. Might have been the whole point. I don't know. We're gonna let this we'll let this form out. Right? For right now, that's the trap for the long side, but we're gonna have to address whether or not it's a trap, a retrap, or the beginning of the false move. But for that, we need to let some candles build out. We need to see what happens here, and we need to finish forming our psychological ranges, which we haven't yet. That was a hell of a run up though from that. Remember this all started on the fallen knife catch on the 15-second? This all started down here today. When we first got on. Well, when I first got on. Nice little day, nice little price action. All right, I'm gonna leave it. I don't want to leave it on the 15-minute because it's gonna be too boring for you. I'll leave it on the 10-minute. Just watch that stopping volume candle. You know, if it invalidates, then that's the only time I'd start to look. All right, I'll be back, family.